All right, all right. So I copied some formulas from this book. I don't really know. I don't really know what we're gonna exactly do today. Um, I fixed some bugs with the light mapping last night, and that was a lot of fun. Quite painful, actually. Quite like like pain in my eyes, in my brain. It suffered. All that being said, everything's kind of a mess in the code base now, and so I'm just going to do the classic fork. And we're just gonna get rid of like so much like awful shit here. We're just gonna delete so much commented code, and it's just gonna feel so good. It's just gonna feel so good. Like, I mean, seriously. Like, what is that? 300 lines? Holy shit. That feels so good. Yeah, that was a vector before. You probably want to keep this one, bro. You probably want to keep this one. We just have to make sure to set this to null when we init. Whoa. A little bit of a bug on the leaf outside scared the shit out of me. So you gotta give it a whoa. Where's the light map data, huh? Where is the light map data? I don't initialize anything with the light map data. I'm just gonna say globals.light dot scene data dot lightmap data dot buffer equals null. There we go. Just gotta kick off the chain right, and then everything else works fine. If you guys want to see what the engine looks like, it looks quite good. You can take my word on that one. I'll show it in a second. Add UV island to light map. Yeah, we don't need any of that. We don't. Knit mesh light map data. Nah, it's on the UVI structure. You're so right. You're so right. The dilate light map, we don't need it, but I'm gonna keep it there just to remember that eventually we will probably need to dilate, but we're just gonna pretend like that doesn't exist. You feel me? You do technically want to keep this. Not gonna really explain what this is. So this is a blur, a Gaussian blur that happens over each texel. Okay, and so if the weight is less is 0, that means that there were no texels to average with, which should technically be impossible, but we're just gonna not doubt the shittiness of my own code for a second here. You know what I mean? Solve light source. This was bypassing all of the other checks, right? This is completely useless. Get rid of it. Yeah, get rid of it. We're gonna keep that in case we need to debug. So far, actually, the lighting, there aren't a lot of edge cases with the BVH and stuff. I was about to say, I think I've done a good job with it, which, I hate giving myself compliments, but I think I've done a good job with it. I think I'm going to keep, in terms of notes, I think I'm just going to keep this. I need to actually call based on distance, and I don't do that. The rest, yeah, this max distance equals distance minus epsilon light pause. Max distance equals distance See, I looked this up earlier and I like Frankenstein together the fucking formula, and I think that it's just plain wrong. I equals P over D2. P over D2 equals this. The maximum distance equals. This was just my constant that I said. Square root of P over 0, 0, 0, 1. If this is greater than max distance in return. The fuck is P is position probably, right? Do we want to give this a shot? Wait, is this the light intensity? Minimum visible intensity. Okay, so this is probably intensity. So if pause. The fuck is P, bro? What is P? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the formula. It's D2 times light intensity, right? So how do I solve that so that we know when it's out of range, huh? So we get D2 and D. And then we normalize L by D. How the fuck do I figure that out? Is it just if D2... Because if this is 1, then it's just divided by D2. Oh, but D2 is always gonna... Hey, what's up, Chanik? But D2 is always going to give some... So that's why you have the 0.001. I see. So P is actually the intensity? It's night for you? That is unfortunate. It is 2:50 for me. I mean, we can just fuck around with it, to be honest. Because our light intensity is like 50 for some things. So should I just put it to light intensity? If D2 is greater than light intensity, return... I don't think that that's correct. So if it's divided by 50 times 50, then that just is 1. I don't know what the exact 50. Yeah, that's pretty late. Yeah, I don't think that that's correct. I think at the end of the day, it is just a ballpark. I think you go... Maybe it's if D2 divided by light intensity. So that would mean... No, it's light intensity divided by D2. For sure. Because you want yeah. D2 is less than 0.01. So 50 divided by 50. Let's go 0.1 and see if it... It sucks that we have to actually wait for this to compile, but... Not compile, but generate the light map. It shouldn't be bad. It shouldn't be that bad. Should really take the blur off because the blur is what takes forever. Okay, this seems fine. We don't really have any problems here. Let's try less than 1. Also, let's turn the blur off so that it doesn't take forever. All right, peace out. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, the blur takes forever. 100%. Yeah, so at 1, as you can see on the edges, it cuts it off. It cuts the lights off. So that's why you don't have that at 1. You definitely don't want that at 1. Now it's 0.5, it's not going to be rocky. Yeah, now it has even at 0.5. Even at 0.5. I think it is just a ballpark at the end of the day. But I think that I have a right idea with the calculation. Correct, yeah. I have a correct, yeah, but it is just a value you have to set for the minimum intensity. But yeah, that is correct. The blur still takes forever. I mean, there's nothing I can really do about it. I can probably clean up the code a little bit, but it's only gonna work so much. Alright. So I figured that out. That was good because I had that going for some time. All of this stuff with the barycentric bias, you don't really want to bias. It's just janky. So, I mean, as long as the light map is good, then that should never be necessary. That's still used for testing. Overall, what I kind of wanted to try today was to create a physics component. Maybe not even a component, but something. I think that would be fun. I think visualizing the normals is pretty useful. That can go away. All of this is good. Alright. Getting down to it. This is all the indirect stuff. What is this? I don't even remember what this is. Get fucking rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. And that was our dilation stuff that didn't go too well. Get rid of it. Let's keep the printouts for blurring. Dilation we don't have to worry about. That was some debug. Okay. So the blurring stuff being slow. The blurring stuff being slow. What can we even do about this? Right, yeah. This happening for each one is pretty cursed, because the reason why you have to do this here is because of this. I don't know how to. It would be easy with like any other threading, but I don't know how to like do this and like make each one have a vector per thread. So instead we just have this malloc and free every fucking iteration here, which is ridiculous, just to be honest. But it's necessary because it's multi-threaded. I think with less triangles you're probably fine. But yeah, on just a 2 mesh little scene, it's quite disturbing. It's disturbing how long it takes. It is disturbing. I think probably the most expensive thing is this EXPF. If I had to guess, if I set this to just like a straight up like 0.2F or something, we're gonna accumulate a lot. But I do wonder how much faster it is with no EXPF. Nah, it still takes forever. It still takes fucking forever. Well, maybe it's not the EXPF that's the problem then. This is only a radius of 1, by the way. In world space. Yeah, it takes exactly the same amount of time. Yeah. You could have like a maximum amount of triangles you can process per thing. Like you could just go or try list count is greater than 6. I mean 6, it's probably never gonna go over 6, but then you don't really know which triangles you're cutting out and all of that. Yeah, it's completely fucking cooked. Yeah, that didn't help at all. That did not help at all. Does this make it worse? How did this make it worse? Oh, fuck. That operator is the wrong way around, dustmite. It's the wrong operator. You're supposed to be less than. Yeah, I was like, oh, this didn't help at all. Yeah, because you made a fucking infinite loop, idiot. That helped a little bit. But I don't know. The fucked up thing though is that I don't know. This is literally only the nearby neighbors though. Only the nearest neighbors. I don't even have a timer for this, so I don't even know if this is making things faster or not. Surprised that the blur hasn't even collapsed yet. Like, it still is working. Huh. Oh, because I didn't do this. Oh. God, I'm sorry, I'm tired today. Some days I just don't sleep well and I can like feel it. Okay, there we go. Now it went fast, yeah. And now the blur is kind of collapsed, yeah. There's probably a good amount of tries you could calculate for it. For now, I'm not going to do this, and I'm just going to turn the blur off, and then we're only going to turn the blur on when we actually need to like bake a real map. But for now, we can just turn the blur off. Also, this stuff, yeah. The reason this exists is so that you could bake only parts of the light map, which is a very useful feature. But yeah, I guess what you could do is you could just like simply take in a... No, you couldn't, because we go over all the UV islands. Huh. Yeah. That's kind of hard. Yeah, but the UV islands persist. The UV islands should happen no matter what. As long as we're loading in meshes, they should get automatically built. Yeah, we gotta really clean this shit up, to be honest. This is just egregious. I don't even think we have to back this up. We can just get rid of it. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. I've been thinking about how Rob told me yesterday. He was like, remote coding jobs make about 120 grand a year. And he said it might be time, bro. It's like, that's so funny. That is like the funniest thing anybody's ever said to me. It might be time. He's speaking to my soul right there, you know. I do long for a bit of purpose, you know. I feel like that would be good for me mentally, I think. But the universe has other plans. The universe has other plans. I don't know if I should blame AI or blame me for not like being good enough or whatever, but whatever. I'm just thinking out loud here, you know. I think blaming AI is pretty weak, personally. Okay, so we have our basic pipeline here. Is we load in our files, we init mesh nodes based on the names of the asset and the name of the mesh inside of the asset. Then we initialize the meshes themselves. This should technically just like come here. I think that this is a more sane way of doing it. Is you init the mesh, then you make instances of the mesh. Then we init the scene BVH. The scene BVH needs to be initialized after the mesh nodes, right? We should make it so that our scene BVH is updated on objects moving as well. We didn't really do that, so we should do that. These flags, this one is light map instance, which means that for each instance of this mesh that we have with mesh nodes, we are adding it to the draw buffer separately with different vertices for light map UVs. So that's what this is. Oh, also I worked on the collision and got that working a lot better. Okay. I didn't really mention that, but it spent like 30 minutes doing it. It's not that bad. Okay, so retrieve mesh by name, right? So we get a mesh handle here. And then we build the adjacency map for that mesh. Really, I feel like the adjacency map for the mesh thing should go in a init mesh. Now that I'm thinking about it. So let's just put that in a init mesh. Really, a init mesh should go in a init, not mesh. Like, if we're being completely honest here. That's just, you know, what I'm thinking. Build adjacency map is in. This is in light map. Okay, well, we're gonna have a problem here, because this build adjacency map should obviously be in mesh.c. The adjacency map is purely a mesh thing. And then we're gonna put init mesh into init. Well, yeah, let's put it into init. Makes sense to me. We can put it at the top of init. And we're gonna have to add some things to the headers here. You know what I wish? I wish that there was a what's that? Is there a bug? I keep on thinking there's bugs that get in here, but I don't think so. I think it's outside. I wish that there was a editor just for C that would close your header files automatically. I don't use a lot of header files very often. I just open them when I need to add like a function to them. I wish that there was a system that just like closed your buffers automatically. Like, that would be so helpful, to be honest. I forgot to grab this. That's the problem. We also are going to need UT hash in here. Are these headers really not used? I think I'm gonna start getting rid of the unused headers things. I usually don't because I am scared about, you know, any problems that might occur. But I've gotten to the point with it where it slows my compilation down a lot, so. Okay, and a knit mesh try BVH. This is already in the header file. I just need to include acceleration.h. in the other fucking file. And then inside of a knit, we want to have this outside here. And alright, so there we go. Now we can get rid of build adjacency map here. I want to compile just so that I know that we made, that we did everything the way that it's supposed to be done. All right. And don't worry about the blockiness. As I said earlier, that's just because our blur is turned off for speed. There's like a little tiny bit of bumpiness. But it's not bad. Okay, so here we go through and we build UV islands for all of the mesh nodes. I feel like here's what I feel like. I feel like the build UV islands thing this should happen within init UV islands. Before we generate the light map. How can you become like me? You want to become like me? I don't really think so. Think that that's the best choice, to be honest. You know, you just got to spend a lot of time inside coding. That's kind of the way you do it. Yeah, I think that we're just gonna wrap this in its own function. That's probably gonna be called like bake UV light map, and it'll just bake it from scratch. Yeah, I think so. I think we'll just make another function that just is called bake UV light map that does exactly that. Yeah, we already actually have this down here. That was the whole idea. Bake light map, this one's just going to do it from scratch, and then we can make one later that does portions of it. But just wrapping this up in one function so that we don't have to look at it anymore is just going to be so fucking nice. Oh, what's up, Mocho? Yeah, wrapping this up in just one function so that we don't have to call 3 is just exactly what we want to be doing. Oh, I already have bake light map here. Okay, so this is very clean now. Bake light map, the light map data. Right now what I'm doing is I'm just cleaning stuff up, because if I don't spend time cleaning stuff up, then the code base is just going to become fucking nonsense. Okay, so now we have a clear kind of flow here. So we load in our assets. We initialize the meshes from the assets. We initialize instances of the meshes as mesh nodes, right? Then we init our BVH, which will figure out how to update that during real time. Then we init our light map data, and then we bake our light map, and then we add our meshes to the draw buffer. So init light map data, what does this do? Do I want this in bake light map? First of all, this is supposed to be, it's taking me into the wrong file here. Init light map data. Do I want this to be a part of the thing? I think so. Right, it makes a new texture. It deletes the old texture. It inits the vector for LD islands. It also needs to free the vector for LD islands if it exists. But it doesn't know if it exists. Does init vector actually handle that case where init vector if I buffer else? I feel like init vector should actually free the old buffer if it exists, because right now I don't actually have a way to do that. So let's see. The way that we can sniff out if this buffer exists is not only if buffer, because of course it's garbage pointer. We can go if v capacity is greater than 0, then we want to free v buffer. And let's see if we just segfault on that. I wanna believe in the code base that we wouldn't segfault on that, but there is really no guarantee. So like reading other people's code or building your own things. I personally suck at reading code. It's just I just suck at doing it. I think that when I have read code though, yeah, this isn't gonna work. When I have read code though, it's like made me such like, you know, that's been the points where I grow as a programmer so much when I like read. For example, like when I was making my own text editor and then I read like literally Helix's code base, right? Like, you know, blew my mind, right, with what they were doing. And it's like, you know, I would have never figured that out on my own. So if you like have the patience, I feel like you have to get to a certain point of understanding something though before you can just read people's code. Because if you just go around and read people's code, then it's like really hard to understand it if you don't have like a baseline understanding of what's going on. You know, it's just gonna go in one ear and out through the other. But like, for example, when I was like learning about like the linked lists that are within like chess engines like Stockfish, right? And I was reading their literal code and also implementing it in my own code base at the same time, right? Like that, those were the points when I like really grew as a programmer for sure. So I think like combining the two things, like for example, reading like a book while you're implementing stuff. Like this is the physics book by Milligan, which is like Ian Milligan, or is it Millington, you know. So I've been reading this while I've been preparing for the physics component system, right? And obviously I've done the Ericsson formula for the planes and stuff like that, but that sort of stuff, like where you're reading it and you're implementing it at the same time, that's exactly the way to do it. It's also pretty funny, like things like this, like for example, this inverse function is exactly what you'll get from ChatGPT if you ask it, hey, can I get a row major inverse? You know, this is gonna give you this exact implementation just stolen from this book. But Anyway, I think that's a good way to learn for sure. Anyway, so it looks like 171. But yeah, I'd say like you can't learn without. You can't learn without. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. You can't learn without doing your own projects. That's what I mean to say. You can't learn without doing your own projects. Yeah, we just can't. We can't init the vector there. We have to init it during actual init. When we init globals. Because if we don't init the data, then it's just if we don't init the vector, then we're never gonna know if we need to free it or not. We're never gonna know if we need to free it. So that should tell us now if we need to free it or not. We can just go if islands.buffer and init a new one. On the islands, don't we also have stuff though? I may have just made a memory leak without even thinking about it. Hold on, let's see. We do have the UVs on it. We do have the UVs on it. Are UVs guaranteed per island? They should be. They should be. So we can't just free this, obviously. UV islands. UVI equals gasfec LD islands. Not like the most exciting code right now, I know, but it is necessary to when making your own engine. A lot of it is this, you know. It's not all. It's not 90% of it isn't exciting actually. Okay, so we need to just go through and do. I'm just going to free. I think that we can just free it. We'll know immediately if we can free it. Well, we won't actually, but we'll figure it out later. If we crash later, then we'll know immediately where it is. Famous last words. Alright, so we've done some abstraction here, which is good. Now everything in bakelightmap is its own. So if we bakelightmap again, we need to add all of the meshes to the draw buffer again. How is this add mesh to buffer working again? We can get rid of this debug stuff. This takes into account the mesh sizes of everything inside of it. Layout meshes.count. So it keeps track of all of the meshes that are within it. Have I tried Linux? Yeah, of course. I, mainly just streamed on Linux before I ended up moving back to Windows. I moved back to Windows because of the NVIDIA drivers on Linux. I have a Windows laptop called a Surface Book 2, and it needs very specific NVIDIA drivers to run efficiently, or else it runs like dog water, which it does on Linux. So I discovered that later, and so I moved to Windows. But yeah, Linux is great. I think the problem with Linux, though, is that, I mean, Linux is great if you have a good computer, I think. Like if you have a machine that you can just like run Arch on and, have it rolling release and nothing breaks because your, machine is just old, then Linux is great. But, unfortunately, the good thing about Windows is that, things just don't, you don't have to go in and like start actually editing NVIDIA header files yourself ever on Windows. So that is the good thing about Windows, is that things don't really break. We draw from mesh nodes anyway now. And this is calc mesh size. Calc mesh size goes based on... Right, yeah. When I render, I just use mesh node offset and mesh node count, yeah. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. When really I should only be doing this if m lightmap instanced. Else we just use the m offset and the m count. I'm not going to really know if this works until I have multiple models in here that aren't lightmapped instanced. If I init... I can't actually init a mesh twice because it's always going to collapse to the same one. It needs to have a different name. Yeah. I can't have the same mesh be lightmap instance and this another one not. Maybe in a init mesh I could actually have it as a different name, but I retrieve mesh by name. Yeah. I could set it to something else though. I could rename it when I init it. That way you could upload multiple meshes at once. But a init mesh is something that you kind of want to be, yeah. When I load in a file twice, I could have it just like add like a 1 here or something, or like this 1, right? Yeah, I don't know. For now, let's not worry about testing all this stuff. Let's just make sure that it runs right now, and then that's what we'll worry about. All of this stuff is just like architecture stuff for later that we don't even know what we'll need yet. I have a tendency to get carried away with the architecture stuff before I actually know even what I need. So that's kind of my weakness. Okay. Moving on. This is step moved her. Get this out of here. Okay. So something else. We don't have the ability, for example, when we have a moving object. What's up, Anna? When we have a moving object, which is what we're going to do today, is we're going to create entities with physics components and try to move them. So when we have moving objects, we need to update the scene BVH. That's the absolute necessary, right? So the scene BVH works off of mesh nodes' current positions. I'm not really going to get into... I can only assume that incrementally updating a BVH is a pretty horrifying thing to do. So all I'm going to do is build it from scratch every frame when something has detected movement. When a mesh node has detected movement. That's all. That's all. So here's the part where we need to either create like an entity component system or something. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Is just, we don't have to make like a crazy... I don't like entity component systems very much for various reasons. They have like serious like abstraction weaknesses actually, with over abstracting stuff, and then you have just extra indirection going on, which is just, it's kind of stupid. However, for something like physics, it makes sense, right? So if you have an object, you have a bunch of objects, and only some of them are physics objects, you obviously want to have some component system so that only the physics objects, are processed, right? So I'm experimenting with transforming on the CPU. 17 FPS to 70. Oh, that's nice. Missing rotations. You're the entity component system god, really? Yeah, I don't typically like them because they cause indirection. At the core, the entity component system is made for cache behavior, right? So that you update all of the physics components at the same time. You update all, Really, it's an optimization that I think in independent engines isn't really necessary 90% of the time. But for something like a physics component, it is absolutely necessary because you don't want to go through every entity to find it, right? They make world building easy. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think they have some definite weaknesses, and I think just in general they're overused. The amount of components, the amount of components is just definitely overused. I think for things like physics, possibly lighting, like it makes sense, but for things like, I don't know, like game logic, like people use it for like inventory, and like, it's kind of ridiculous in my opinion. Okay, so we're making the entity struct, which is, now we're in big territory, right? First thing we need is an ID. Every entity needs an ID. That makes sense. Once again, the whole purpose of this, right, is just so that we get a struct here, and it's going to be a physics component. I don't really know what's going to go in here. Probably like mass, whatever, right? Like, who knows, right? I wonder if that also takes in velocity or what? An entity won't have position. An entity has a mesh node probably. And so we'll use that as an int. And if that's -1, then it doesn't have a mesh node. And the mesh node will be the topmost parent for it. Modern engines don't use components for everything. If something only that one thing might get its own dedicated object. Yeah, I mean, based on like the implementations of entity component systems that I've seen, they can get fairly convoluted and actually like pointless with certain things that people do. But I think for having, you know, having like something like that is completely acceptable. This is going to go back to the entity ID. This needs to link back, of course. What is the lag? I attribute, you like the workflow? Yeah. Yeah, I think they're cool. But I do also think that it's kind of like a buzzword. Like, even engines that don't have component system obviously have data-oriented design where they literally just have structs that do other things. You know, like, at the end of the day, a component system is just like a fancy way of saying something that's very simple. The funny thing about component systems is, you know, I watched a talk and it seems like entity component systems are just object-oriented programmers realizing that structs exist. That's kind of what how I think about entity component systems. Is it's like, you're gonna try C again? Well, you know, I agree with that choice. That's what I think. People think that entity component systems are like the craziest thing ever, and that's just because they don't know what a struct is yet. Like, you don't have to create inheritance to have components? No, that's crazy. It's like, bro, like, this is programming. What are we talking about? Okay. Is it really this simple? Do you just have a mesh node, an entity with a mesh node, and it's that simple? I think for now, yeah. And you just have a physics component. All right. I mean, hey, you know, let's not make it too crazy, right? We're just gonna make a define here. For now, they're all gonna be in a flat stack array, right? You actually kind of want them in a flat stack array, and then just use a free list, right? That's what I did in my last engine. He restricts a lot. Yeah, yeah. But that's what I'm thinking. When people say like an ECS is something crazy, it's like Did you not know that this was just like how programming works beforehand? Full-blown non-static objects are just way too much shit. Yeah. Seeing that interface with objects that all handle the logic on the object. Yeah, I think also having like acceleration structures over everything already helps so much that it's kind of all helps. It sets up bolding by default. What is bolding? What is bolding? I'm balding. Is that what it's about, balding? Okay, so once a frame... Okay, so I think we need a file. Scary, very scary. We need an entity.c. Very scary. Oh, we don't have it as a vector. Okay. We don't have a count. Oh. We don't really want to count. We're just going to go to max entities for now. And we'll just go based on free. The free list is fine for right now. Oh my gosh, the lag is ridiculous today. Like text bolding? I see. Don't they have this in Helix though? They have this in some themes. You can do it. Like here, things are bolded. You can do it in the theme, in your themes. Like this is bolded. You see? At a certain point it's just easier. Yeah, I mean... Oh, are you talking about that's a theme? Oh, it's a theme. Yeah. It feels rustic. I'm very particular with my themes. I'm very particular. Very, very particular. I like everything to have like a smooth gradient from left to right, and so I'm very particular. Yeah, object-oriented programming sucks. That's not really a hot take. When we init globals, we want to just for loop through all of the entities and set free to 0. Just so that... Oh, actually, yeah, you want to set it to true. Okay, when we create entity, we want to take in just like we took in. Oh, right, but an entity needs a mesh node rather than a. How do we get mesh nodes again? Like if I init these mesh nodes, how do I get them? I guess right after we init them, we have a handle to the mesh node. So we can do that. Yeah, I have no real way to query. It. Only if I init a new mesh node and then make an entity right after it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. It'll take in the mesh node. It'll take in number one just like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. And for now we'll just have a bool physics component. Bool politically correct. Okay. Yeah, it kind of sucks because we don't actually have. The way I did it in my last engine, right, is that on import from GLTF, we would basically take in an entity name that was on the mesh, and then that name would match up with a pre-existing kind of layout in JSON for all of the entities and what you're supposed to fill out for them. For now, I'm not going to do all that. 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 That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We will figure that out later. We're going to do the same thing here. We are going to do the same thing here. So when we make a new entity, it'll make a new physics component, and the physics component will live in that array. And so we also need a free on all of this. Yeah. Can we stop fucking lagging? Pointers UIDs. Yeah, I think I'm doing pointers. Because pointers are faster to iterate for an entity component system. Just simply put. Okay. So when we create an entity, we will we'll loop through all of the physics components, and if physics components I.free found PC equals false, found PC equals true, we need to do the same thing for the entities and get an entity here. I'm so excited because my sister is taking AP Computer Science this year. Dude, if she fails that class, I'm such a failure. I forced her to take it, by the way. She didn't want to take it. She was like, isn't it going to be hard? And I said, no, bro, it's so easy. And so if she fails now, it's like my fault. All right, so it's got to be genetic, right? The programming thing? No? Okay. I don't know why I made these booleans, huh? Oh, come on. Yeah, do I want to... Do I want to use pointers or indices in this particular instance? I think I'm just going to use pointers and instead just... Because we're not actually going to be reallocating it since it's stack. So we're fine. The ent needs a mesh node because of the position and shit. For determining the collisions and shit. Oh my god, my eye. Oh, it's fucking hot in here today. How do you do this shit again? Is it that? I think so. Alright. Alright, that's our very simple create entity function. Nothing very complex about this. Okay. Nothing too complex. Okay, update entities is gonna get done. Alright, update entities. So, for now, if ent PC if ent PC, then we will call this function that, well, I'm not supposed to actually loop over max entities. I'm supposed to update all the physics components themselves. The entities we don't actually touch. That's the whole point of the physics as the component system. Update physics components. So we'll go through all of the physics components and we'll update them. We will do a function similar to how we determine player collision, but a bit differently, I think. Since it's not going to actually have any controller itself of its movement, at least for right now. It's just going to have a velocity and it's just going to figure out where it's going to go. Okay. So how do we do this? Well, inside of... See, once again, we are out of space here. So I'm going to BCO so that we can get back to basics here. Okay, so very similar to our regular resolve collisions and apply velocity. Do something very similar. I wonder what we actually use. Because you want it to be the same function, really. Let's figure out what we use. It's inside of our process input update camera. No, it's in process input actually, because that's where we get the move dir. It's in input.c. I want to see which function we use. We use apply planet velocity when we aren't in space, when we aren't no clipping. So that's exactly what I'm going to use. That is exactly what I'm going to use. I'm not going to, use the exact function. I'm going to include, is it mathf.h, or is it, yeah, mathf.h as my floating point math. Okay, so instead of relying on cam, on ground, etc., we don't have a cam in this case. So then each physics component then needs to know if it's on the ground or not to stop applying gravity, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think for now, I was thinking maybe I put the velocity and stuff on the entity rather than on the physics component, but I think actually, like, really, it should just go on the physics component, probably. Right, yeah, it's not going to take in a move dir. All this is applying gravity. So none of this. Actually, hold on. Maybe we do want friction here. Which is what that is. But now we don't know if it's on the ground or not. I don't think I want to make an on the ground flag for For now, let's just keep it commented out, I guess. And it's like, shit that keeps getting in my fucking eye today. Alright, so let's just try this. This is very simple. Okay. So now we have the apply velocity. And now we need to resolve collisions for those. Which probably isn't going to be the simplest thing in the world. It's going to be similar to this. We're just going to take in a physics component pointer PC, and we need to get the current position. So we're gonna get entity ent equals PC ent. Just gonna get that out of the way. Unexpected type name, expected expression. What? What? Oh, it's probably needs my probably needs utilities.h. That's what it needs. Okay. So our pause is going to be mn translation. And then our vel is the PC vel. And so this just becomes pause and vel. And we can get rid of a lot of stuff here. This find first collision function, is it possible for this to work for a non-player hull? No. The hole is always player.mesh.holes. So if I just take in a nah, but this works on a as a sphere from a single point. Two GJK holes should be able to do it. But how do I do it against a triangle? As a hole against a triangle. I may have to Google that. Oh, you use GJK EPA on each triangle. Use GJK EPA on each triangle. Instead of just a hole. So I need to make in my convention I have it take in a convex hole itself. Yeah, and you probably don't want to do this with vectors, of course. But that's beside the point. I think you do need to take in holes themselves. Fuck. Do you? Use A and B when I find the support diff. Yeah. What does convex hull have inside of it? It definitely has a vector, right? Vector for... it's got a lot of shit. But all it needs is a vector for vertices and faces. And you just make one with one face and 3 vertices. But you still have to allocate them and do a whole malloc thing. The simplest way to get it working is to just hard code allocate that. But then you have to do that per triangle, which is ridiculous. But at least for right now, just to get us off the ground, I think that we might have to just do that. But yeah, if we do like a find first collision thing and we copy this over, then this basically means that we have to traverse the tree for each. Also, something that I wanted to do is that inside of our init for our meshes, I make this per hole for the first hole. But really, inside of mesh, we should have BVH prim. I wanted to do it per hole because then, but it's over the whole mesh, so it should, BVH prim should be here instead of on the convex hole. So let's fix that first of all. I don't know if there's going to be problems elsewhere with that. Right. So this is going to be just if m bvh prim, then you do this, else you iterate the holes and do GJK with them. Okay, all of that being said, we now have to, actually let's just copy the new function that we just made, or the new version of it, over this one. Let's get rid of this extraneous commented out bullshit at the bottom. So we're gonna treat, for this specific collision with some how do I know which hole it is? Well, you have to loop through all of them. Fuck, you have to loop through all of them. Oh shit. Because if a mesh node has more than one hole, then yeah. Okay, so we get the meshes and we get this. We want to take in a physics component PC. We want to go, once again, we want to go from... Actually, yeah, let's just take in... Instead of taking in a full physics component, let's just take in the mesh node. And then let's just go in by mn mesh. And then we'll have to loop through all of the holes. Oh, sorry, I'm feeling a little woozy here. Is it here? Yeah. Alright, so now we're in here. I'm gonna go J, J, J. Oh, right, we're going over the whole mesh nodes. We don't actually traverse the scene BVH yet. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna want to do that. But how do we do that? We would have to traverse it using the AABB. Yeah, that's going to be cursed when we have to do that. Let's just write a note here. Traverse scene BVH using AABB for the mesh. Yeah, and then this is going to change. For now, let's not worry about this, because we're only going to try to solve for the static mesh with GJK on its thing. You know what I mean? Traverse collision BVH, it is in acceleration. This is what it looks like. Oh, I didn't even know that I kept this. Yeah, we're gonna have to rewrite this. Okay, so you know what I just realized? I just realized that we need to make an axis aligned bounding box for the mesh during the frame. So that we can compare it against the other bounding books. Or do I? Hold on. If I have a bounding box generated at the beginning, and now we start rotating and moving, then I multiply by the model matrix. I'm not supposed to, aren't I? Because I'm supposed to multiply by the inverse model matrix when we test against the AABB. But our AABB starts at nothing. Shit, this just got me really confused, actually. Is it TR? Oh, it's versus their model matrix. So what you want to do is you want to take every point of an axis aligned bounding box, transform all of those by the model matrix, then transform all of those points by the inverse of the model matrix that you're testing against. How slow is that? That sounds so slow. Shit. Because you're not just doing one point, you're doing a whole bunch of points. Yeah, at that point it's an OBB. At that point it's an OBB. Maybe just for simplicity's sake, I should just have an AABB that I calculate once a frame. That just runs over all of the points. And then makes a fresh one. Because if we don't do that, then it's going to get really fucking complicated. Because then you need an OBB, I think. if you want to transform it by. Let me look this up. Okay. Okay, so it says we can basically create an OBB, rotate it, right? And then use those extents to create a new AABB that is bigger, and then test that versus the other AABB. Holy shit, this is gonna get complicated. This is way more complicated than I had intended. Okay. So you just translate the center of the model matrix. And then you multiply the model matrix times the axes. But I wonder if those have to be directions or what? Okay, this is gonna get fucking tricky. Okay, so let's... This is the wrong function. You know that it's serious when I start to make all this extra space. That's how you know it's going down. Okay, so okay. I might need another coffee. Now we're coding. This is some fucking coding we're doing. This is when people ask me what programming is all about, this is what it's all about, man. Okay, so now it says that we can Okay, so the new extents, the x is all of the x's of the axes times the old extents. YZ. And all of these are fabs. What the fuck is this? What is this? What the fuck is this? Okay. I have no clue if this works. I have like zero idea if this works. Okay. Now, okay, so here's the tricky part. Is that now we have to pass this through a traversal function and no, Wait, are you kidding me? We have to do it again. No. Oh, you motherfucker. No, you're joking. You're joking. No, you're not serious. You're not serious. Okay, we're gonna make a function that does this because we're gonna need it. So, listen. So we need to translate the AABB by the model matrix of the entity. Then, to test it against all of the AABBs for the triangles that we are testing against, we need to transform it by the inverse model matrix of those meshes. So we need to do it twice. Okay. So I'm going to have a mental breakdown, and that's going to be fine. This is fucking crazy. This is crazy, bro. Okay. Okay. This is fucking programming. Programming. Why does this not have MathF in it? This does have MathF in it. Oh, it doesn't include its own header. If I stay here for a little bit longer. Okay. Did I call it translate? No, I just didn't put it in the header. I meant transform. Okay. Okay. So we have the AABB now. Now, what we have to do is when we take this, we have to get the AABB TR is going to be the transform the original AABB by the inverse model matrix. And then this is what we traverse the tree with. This is what we traverse the tree with. Okay, we're getting to the good part here. Okay, so we're going to do a very similar traversal function, right? Do a very similar traversal function. Except instead of point in AABB, which we use for our player collision, we're just going to use AABB's intersect. We are going to take in, instead of the proposed and the points, we're going to take in a convex hull that we're going to be testing. And we will take in the AABB. This is the translated AABB, just to be clear. And if they do intersect, then we want to process the collision node. This is going to be the PC traverse collision. This is also going to be the PC. Okay. So when we process the collision node, what's our process collision node like? We go over all of them, and then we call the collision function. We're going to want something similar to this as well. It's like when we're in the bottommost leaves, and instead of calling collision, we will simply call GJK. We will make a hole with the 3 points, and we'll just do that. We will just do that. And it actually is going to require a shitty fucking mallet, okay? Because we're just doing this for fun right now. We're going to call this try-hole. Try-hole dot... I don't know what we need before we send the hole in. We can check this actually. When we are initializing our meshes, what do? I init vector for the vertices, and I fill them with the points. I init the faces, I fill them with the faces, and that's it. Right, I set up the AABB. Okay, so we need to set up the AABB. That's fine. We're gonna do try-hole.AABB equals compute AABB from points. We're gonna pass in the classic vec3 array of A, B, and C with a point count of 3 and try-hole.AABB. Okay. We also need to init vector. I think we do need an init vector, even though we are just hard coding it at the end of the day. We need an init vector for the faces with a size of 1, with a size of mesh face. And we're also going to init the vertices, size of 3, with size of, I believe it's vec3. We want to get the vertices schizomaxing. Is that what we're saying today? I don't know if I should take offense to that or what, but I do have a schizo disorder, so that's all right though. We are going to cast it like this, and then we're just gonna go into it and fill it with vertices. And we're going to do the same thing for the faces. You could at least spell schizo right instead of schizo. But whatever. We need to set up the indices for this, and so we will set it up as 0, 1, and 2 as a way to show your admiration. Well, you know, it's a weird way. I appreciate it. And the normal will equal the face normal that this is. Okay. Oh, actually, it has to be NR, which is the Actually, I feel like this model is the inverse matrix. So I feel like you actually want this here. Okay. Now all we want to do at the end is free those vectors. It's gross, but it is what we have to do. Now to get the actual GJK call. The tricky thing is, so we need to actually take in a convex hull. We need to always be pushing through a convex hull, right? So we do have a hull here, so we will just take in instead of proposed, actually, we're just going to take in the hull. It's really great stuff. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hull declared here. Right. Okay, so hull proposed. Why does proposed need to exist in a GJK call? A offset. Okay, so our offset is going to be nothing because we're already translated. And at holes K, we don't have a hole at K, so it's just going to be tri-hole. And then RS is going to be 0, 0, 0. Right. What is RS here? RS is the mat3 inverse transpose mat3 from mat4. I don't think that that's being used at all. I don't think so. RS, IRS. I think that was an old thing that we used to use. Yeah, we don't even use it anymore, so just get rid of it. It's getting mad at me because I don't have this in here. Just pass in a 0. We'll get rid of that later. Okay. I don't wanna talk about it. Okay. So process collision node. This is going to be physics component. How many lines of code? I'm not sure. Probably like 10K ish. Probably. It's not that far along yet. Okay. So the traversal calls, we don't even need the dir. The dir is completely useless. So it's nodes left whole TRABBP and then forget the rest. And then of course this one's just going to be the same thing but with right. And it's PC. Okay, so this is very complicated what I'm doing, so I have no clue if this is gonna be correct. I have absolutely no clue. Okay, so node start SR, all of this gets replaced with the TR and the whole, which is whole, is our whole inside of here. Okay, so now what we're doing is for a mesh with a hole, first of all, if hole, I mean at the top level, right, we're only going to have this on meshes that don't have BVH prim. What is this for? It's for a game engine that, you know, I made a game engine before, but this one I think is going to be better, I hope. I guess it's for a game that I want to make. Gotta remember to do that. Okay, so to walk us through from the top, we have a physics component. We want to find the first collision with the world, right? And so we have our AABB, and what we need to do is we need to transform it by the model matrix. We still get an AABB instead of an OBB, because it basically just, if it rotates, it just makes it around the new points, hopefully. I hope that that's what's fucking happening. We go through all of the holes that are within the mesh. We then transform the AABB by the model matrix based on all of the mesh nodes in the scene by the inverse, so that it goes, so that we can translate, so that we can traverse the BVH that has all of those AABBs. And then on the leaves, we process it with GJK against the actual triangles. Yeah. And we do malloc and free here, which is disgusting. But we're just going to let that be for now. Okay. If I know what I'm doing at all, this should work. Hopefully. I wonder what this MN local matrix, why this is going through here. Kind of worried about that, not gonna lie. Model matrix. Do I need to pass in both for this to work? So I'm only passing in one. Yeah, I think I do, actually. I need to transform both by the model matrix. So this takes in a model matrix, but it only applies it for B. And I have an identity just for A. Yeah, we need to take in two. A offset was what we did for the player position, since it was simple. But really, we need two identity matrix, two model matrices for what I'm doing here. Hey, what's up, Blessed? Do I study physics? I mean, other than just like, you know, reading the books when I need to. Not really. I used to show up late to physics and then got berated by the teacher for showing up late to physics. So instead of this A offset, we want to take in another model matrix. This is actually going to change a whole lot of code. But let's just call it Matt. And for now, we'll just have a translation of 0, 0, 0. But this is going to change a whole lot of code. A whole lot of code. God damn it. Alright, I'm closing the window. There has to be a hole in my screen, in my window screen, because stupid little bug got in. I mean, not like a big bug, but just like a stupid little guy. Okay. So this is going to have to take in, everything has to take in, EPA also has to take in a match. Can you fuck off, please? Okay. Which is going to cause some problems elsewhere. And we need to resolve all of them. The most annoying thing that I'm looking forward to having to do is... Yeah, so this also needs to take in mat for A mat, mat for B mat. So the worst part about all of this is that I have to compose now a model matrix for just the player position, which is kind of annoying. That's the worst part. Okay, and now I need to go into here. It's probably here, right? So we need to, instead of this just proposed, we need to make a model matrix from proposed. And how we're going to do that is this is probably like a very simple way of doing that, but right now I don't know. What am I making? A game engine. But yeah. I can't really show what it looks like right now because I'm in the middle of a deep amount of logic. But I'll show it in probably within like, 15-ish minutes we'll compile. Yeah, so let's just do... Nah, not mat4 from quad. What is it called? Compose TRS from vectors. That's what I want. So we'll just put proposed into here. And then we'll just put in just standard identity vectors. And then this will obviously be our identity matrix for that. It just has proposed in it, so it's just going to do the translation that we did earlier. And then this is important because this is going to be mn0 model matrix, or no, mn model matrix, and then we need our original matrix for our original hull. So we need to pass that all the way through then. We need to pass that all the way through. And that mat is what we're exactly going to get from the top level MN local matrix. Yeah. Okay, well, I have no clue how to even test what we're doing. I have no clue how we're going to even test what I'm doing. Anyway, so when this is all tying back into the collision test for entities. So we're going to call PC find first collision, and this takes in start and proposed. We don't actually care about, do we? Oh, I didn't actually... Oh. What I have to do... Okay, so this is mat for proposed equals compose TRS from vectors using the proposed position. So we need to make everything where it's going, basically. That's what this is. MN rotation and MN scale. And then this matrix is what we will be rotating everything by. And probably what we'll pass into here. The proposed mat 4 is where we're going, basically. Start we don't need. Proposed, and we need the mesh node, which is this. Okay. So we are not going to worry about any of this special logic yet. All we want, if it finds the first collision, is to resolve it just outside of the surface, push out by the surface normal, and it's going to be that simple. And then we will resolve the position by setting not pause, but MN translation. And then at the end, we'll make a new model matrix for MN local matrix equals compose TRS from mesh node MN. Because now it has new translation. And we just want to do one iteration. Let's not make it continuous yet. Okay. And this is going to be PC resolve collisions. And we'll add this into... Actually... Let's just add this, of course, into the update physics components. Okay. Okay. So, we want to init entity. What did I call it? Create entity using a mesh node integer, which will be mn1 id, and with a true for physics component called the undeclared function. Okay, we need to put this. We do have it in the header. Oh, I just don't have it included. Okay. So the tricky thing is we want to actually load in a different file, and we will do that. Reason being, we kind of want a lower poly mesh to test this out with. During our update loop, what we will do, we'll process input, update camera, and then we will update physics components. And if I did all of this right, we should see a mesh fall towards the surface and then resolve. We're gonna seg fault a couple of times though, definitely, because I just wrote like a few hundred lines of code. Okay, so we have a linking reference, undefined reference to create entity, undefined reference to update physics. Oh, that's because I didn't update the make file. That's exactly why. All right, let's see what the first one is. We didn't get a seg fault. We didn't get a seg fault. What I'm immediately realizing though is that, oh, I didn't call a init mesh on this one. And this one is going to be false, false. It needs no BVH prim because that's how it's gonna do the collision. Is this going to be one of the things that I get on my first try or what? It seems like no. Seems like there's probably an infinite loop somewhere. Okay. All right. So let's try and figure out where it's happening. I think that untitled2.obj. Actually, hold on. For now, let's just do this, not create an entity. I want to see what Untitled2 is, because I don't actually remember what it is. It might be a high poly version of the mesh. Oh, it's a high poly version of the mesh. Do I have... I don't have a low poly version of the mesh anymore. I have the old shape.obj. We can try that. But big meshes are going to take forever to run incremental hole on, so that's the problem that we're running into. So let's just see what this mesh is. It should be low poly. It should be the cube. Okay, now this is being a bit silly. Why is it Hmm. How do you spell retrieve? Retrieving. I need to see the index for if they're the same, because they should have different IDs for sure. Huh. It gets both at ID 0. So I think that we're... If I do this, do we segfault? Asset not found. Wait, but... How's the asset not found, but this is fine? Asset not found. Okay. Oh, IDX equals I. It's supposed to be mesh ID. That's what the problem that we're running into. Alright, well that was a bug that I made because I'm stupid, but there we go. We also need to add the other mesh to the buffer, which I should have this automated by now, but I'm just gonna do it by hand. We might segfault because of the lack of a texture. If I go into this and we just draw normals, let's see. Okay. Why does that not work? The fuck? Why does V normal not work? Huh. I guess it has to do with adding the mesh to the buffer, huh? No. The fuck? This was working before, right? And this will work if I just draw normals, right? No, it doesn't. Huh. How is the normal not? What's more confusing is why. Oh, I'm really dumb. I'm really dumb. I'm really dumb. I have the opacity set the other way. That's why. Yeah, I have the opacity set to 0 instead of. Don't ask me why. It's stupid. It's stupid. Yeah, that is not the first time that has got me. Okay, so that's a bit worrying, yeah, for sure, for sure. Let's try it with no translation. And only adding it to the buffer. I'm so confused. I'm like actually so fucking confused. It's drawing the wrong mesh. I don't know why this would be different, but we can try it. If I get rid of the other mesh node, does it change? Just the node. Now then it doesn't draw anything. I'm losing my mind. Okay, so this draws the cube. When I do another mesh, doesn't draw the cube. Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm looking at the code and it looks fine to me. Mesh indices 1. That should be correct. But it's specifically when I get another thing in here that it has a problem. Otherwise this renders fine. So what could be causing that if it's not an indexing issue? Let's try forcing the render. Did I fix it or did I forget? No, I didn't put this. Got rid of the material thing. We go by mesh nodes count. Let's try going to 1, hard coding it to go to 1, and then draw arrays with just the M. We may have to try to I need to see what the offset and the count is. Oh boy. If it has vertices or if they're just not showing up. Yeah, it has no. Let's try doing just MN. No, there's nothing inside of it. Well, that is the problem right there. Let's see. I didn't expect for this to break. Retrieved 1. I don't see 2 retrieved. So which one is it? Is it that? Oh, retrieve 0. Retrieve 0 and then retrieved 1. If I do this, whoops. Now adding that to the buffer is broken. Oh, because I go by mesh nodes. So you would have to do this to get it rendering. And now I segfault. Oh. Wait, what? Why am I segfaulting? Oh, because I don't init the mesh. Yeah. I need the... There's gotta be something stupid that I'm doing here. Knitting mesh 01. Zero, 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 one. Retrieve the mesh at the end. For some reason, it doesn't like adding it to the buffer. When there's another thing in there. This will tell us, because if the try count is bad, then it would make sense. So it will also tell us, because if we don't get in here, then there's a big problem. 64. The try count is 64. So that's correct. So why... There's got to be some reason we're not getting in there. It's not going to print it. Yeah, it's 0. Oh, hold on a second. Aha. Okay, I had. Oh, what's. Oh ho. Oh hey, what's up, Hannah? Sorry, I just had. Okay, so we figured it out. I figured it out. We were not adding it because I just simply had. I just simply had bad code. I just simply had bad code. That's the simplest way of putting it. So we're gonna try to drop the box on the plane now. And we crash. Why do we crash? You had a shower? That's pretty awesome. I could do with another coffee myself. Also, it's pretty hot in here, given I had to close the window because a stupid little bug got in. Kind of ruining my day, to be honest, with the stupid little bug getting in. This is also ruining my day, but you know, that's besides the point. So what are we crashing on? What are we crashing on? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Let's run GDB. Let's see. Even though it's winter, I mean the sunshine state. What do you mean? You're going to a tropical island. That sounds fun. That's awesome. There's got to be cool to be in a place like that where you can go to cool places all the time. There's kind of nothing fucking in America, you know? You feel me? Fill buffer with mesh, try UV island. Ah, okay, so it's mad that we don't bake a light map. That's all you needed to tell me. I don't want to have to bake a light map for no light map. Okay, so we have the box on top of the plane. That's all we wanted our entire lives, and now we've got it. Okay, now we're gonna create an entity with a physics component. You motherfucker. Drop. You have to drop. You have to drop. You have to drop. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. Okay, let's just do PC apply velocity and then see if it falls. The state is like Texas, Brazil, and Florida, and one. Texas, Brazil, and Florida. Well, two of those I'm not like the biggest fan of. 20 degrees all year round. That's not in American units. So it's 30 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I got no clue what the Celsius is. I just know that it's fucking hot as shit right now. It is fucking hot as shit in this fucking room. Oh. It is fucking hot as balls in this room. It's 93 degrees. She converts to Celsius for you. I'm sorry. I am sorry. We're just gonna go translation.x and we're just gonna shift it down on purpose. We're just gonna shift it down minus 0.01 f. Just make it go down. It's probably about 90 where I am. Brother, you gotta be working with me here. You gotta be working with me here. MN local matrix. Okay, first of all, are we getting into here? That's really what we need to know. Hello. We might not be getting into there. We may have never, when we create an entity, we may have never set the component to not free. Yeah, that's what I did, huh? Physics component I dot free equals false. There we go. All right, are we off to the races? What? Oh, I forgot a little itty bitty thing. Here at 113 degrees. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. But the thing is that air conditioners are OP, and when I stream, I can't have the AC on. So it's like I'm literally like I mean like I'm literally like in like the event horizon hell, bro. Holy. Can you fucking move? Your little tookus? Your little tookus? Okay. So, if not ent, return. If end free, return. Okay, something else I may have not done. I may have not set the entity to not free when I created. Okay, I didn't do it. I didn't end. Entities I dot free equals false. Excellent. Okay, now we will be translating the entity, right? We will be translating in the downward direction. Sir, I'm gonna have to take your privileges away. Sir, the entity is not free. Oh, hold on a second. I never set the physics component I dot ent equals ent. Oh, you silly little goose. I'm a silly little goose. Imagine not having AC. Yeah, this room is... Whew. AC isn't common in Europe. Personally, yeah, you probably would not live without AC. My AC is alright. It's right over there. It's just like, if I turn it on, it's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean. Okay. So, now going back to what I was going to originally do, is we are going to apply velocity and then resolve the collision, okay? And it disappeared. It fucking disappeared. It fucking actually just disappeared. Just straight up. It just straight up disappeared. We're just gonna integrate the PC velocity immediately. We're just gonna take the velocity, and it's just gonna have the gravity, and it's just gonna go downwards. Okay, so it just goes really fucking fast, like insanely fast. Like, we need no gravity. Well, it already has no gravity, but we're gonna need less gravity. Right now the gravity is crazy, bro. The gravity is crazy, bro. And honestly, throw the dot of the gravity in there. Because we don't want this guy going that fast. Is he very common? Yeah, I'd imagine. British people get bigger roads and cars. You're so true. You're so right. All right. So now it's going down into the thing. Bigger roads and cars has to be nice. I wouldn't know, I don't drive. But I'd imagine it's nice. No, they can't? What do you mean? Okay, so when we when we use the function called resolve collisions, it goes into outer space. So I have to assume that it's this that's the problem. I have to assume that the p.d is the problem. Or it's the 0.4. Oh, you're actually so right. I'm so right. This has to... I mean, they have side loaders on their garbage trucks. And their tractors are like miniature. Okay. I don't know if our trucks have, if our garbage trucks have side loaders. I'm not gonna lie. I need to know if we have collision. That's all I need to know. Has to explain everything in a way. Yeah, she talks very smart about things. So it's hard for me, a stupid individual, to parse as well. I get it completely. It's completely fucking cooked. It's completely over. It's so over. It's so fucking over. We aren't getting collisions at all. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck did I do? What did I do? Oh my god. This is fucking impossible. If MBVH prim return, that's definitely not coming true, right? That's definitely not true. I just need to make sure that the basic stuff is happening. Yeah, I mean, she has to explain Blender to me too. I have no clue. Picks up the bin and dumps it in the truck so no one has to step out of the truck. I think we have that. In the UK, they have what's called a lorry loader. Somebody has to get up. Dude, like, why are you complaining about this? This is giving these motherfuckers jobs. Dude, this is like, that's a good thing. They literally have jobs. That's like awesome. Jobs are awesome. Shit. It might be over. I have no clue how to fix it. I have like no clue how to fix it. Okay, let's just... Oh, this is gonna be slow. Wait, this might actually... Yeah, this might actually like crash the computer. Wait, why is it actually kind of not slow? Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. This isn't getting through here. Sir? Why is it not BVH Prem? Oh, because I didn't make it BVH Prem. Oh. Wait, we're so back. Wait, we're so back. don't want to hop out the truck. Dude, being a garbage man isn't that bad. Because you get paid like, you know, union or whatever. Wait, they use miles in England? That's wild. Ray intersects AABB. Node AABB. Okay, right. So now we have a problem because we didn't make it so that okay, so let's just not do a light map. Let's just not do a light map and then figure out what is seg faulting us in that control path. Let's figure this out. So UV map J in render 36. UV map J. Yeah, but why is it if light map if mesh light map instanced? Okay, yeah, that does make sense. Want 4 guys outside my house when an arm can pick it up in 10 seconds. You're the reason why there's no jobs. Now there's no jobs. Okay, so this fixed fucking nothing. This fixed nothing. Oh shit. Okay. Hear me out. Let's try just using the regular bounding box. Using the regular bounding box. Okay, let's not traverse the BVH. Oh shit. This should be really slow, but it's not. It's not slow. Oh, fuck. You're gonna build robots? You're gonna call them Jarvises? Yeah, but there's gonna be no jobs. There's gonna be no fucking jobs. Oh god. Nah, I think it's cooked. Are we actually checking? Are we actually checking tries? We aren't. Why are we not checking tries? Why are we not checking tries? Hello? Why are we not checking tries? Okay. If M0 BVH prim. M0 is not BVH prim. And we do have it as a mesh node. We don't have it as an entity, but we check directly against the mesh nodes. So we have to be getting into here, right? It just doesn't come true as BVH prim. Hellos. But it's not BVH prim. What? I'm so fucking confused. Oh, because I did this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And if mn0 id equals mn id, continue. Okay. Okay. I don't know how to write code. I did write like 200 lines of code, and then I had no clue if it was working or not. And like, you know, clearly it's not going to work because 200 lines of code. Okay, but we're still not going through. Did I just code something wrong? Is there anywhere else I use I? I use J. Trying to teach me to do the stuff she's doing, even though it crashes her computer, and her computer is much better than mine. That's funny. Really smoothed out the terrain. Yeah, it did. Except for the sides where it did the thing, you know, the thing where it like it does a swoop and then, you know, it makes it flat. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know why it does that. Is it this? But this has to be correct. The fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about? I don't know anymore. I think I'm losing it. We have to have a mesh node here. We do have a mesh node, it's just not BVH prim. Which is complete bullshit because this is BVH prim. I'm gonna print out if it's BVH prim. And we should have two different things. Zero and 1. This one's BVH prim. So why? Okay. I mean, it's gonna be something stupid once I figure this out. Do I have the original mesh? I don't remember. I don't think so. Probably somewhere. If you have the original mesh, try adding loop cuts. I think that the mesh is just trash. You know what I mean? So I'm not really like trying to make this a regular asset. Fuck. I'm just gonna print out the mesh name so that we know for sure. Name. And then if it is BVH prim, I might be like overwriting the BVH prim somewhere. Yeah, both of them are named Cube. That's kind of the problem. So that doesn't really fucking tell me anything. Oh my god. 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 See, I'm telling you, it's like the heat in this room, it's like 100 degrees. And I keep on making stupid mistakes. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. So we're checking against every one of the 3,000 triangles now, and that was the lag that I was expecting. Okay. Okay, we're fine. We finally got into the fucking function though, that's a real step for us. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Hellos, hellos, hellos. Yes! Yes! Yes. Are you fucking kidding me? That's a convex GJK against a triangle with a BVH on top of it. And a BVH on top of that. I'm fucking nuts. I'm cracked. Dude, that's cracked. Holy shit. It landed. It landed. It touched down. Dude, I've literally never been more happy. I think this is I've peaked. Holy shit. I'm so happy. I'm ecstatic actually, because now we can make it slide around and shit. It's like the moon landing. Yeah. It's really... Dude, I'm like... We have physics. Okay, it is going through the mesh though, and that's a problem. That is a big problem. We have to figure out that part out for sure. We have to figure that part out, because it is going through at some point. Holy shit. Great, now spawn 1,200 on those. Yeah. Well, the good thing is that there's a BVH on top, so it's always and a BVH on the bottom, so it always is only going against what it needs to be going against. So that's the good thing. Physics library when? Hopefully never. This shit is so stupid because, okay, so to do this, okay, so let's talk about what it takes to do this. We have to transform the AABB by the model matrix for if it rotates, right? And then once it does that, we need to make a new AABB because that one might be bigger because it rotated, right? And then for each mesh you test it against, then you have to transform that one by the inverse of that one. It's like a more fucked up version of traversing a point, right? Because now you have an AABB that you need to translate, and you don't want to make it an OBB because that's slow. So you just are... This is what the function looks like. You hate to see it. You really do. Like, this is completely fucking fried in the head. Like, for real. Anyway. Okay. So why is it going through? It's probably going through, honestly, because of us. Maybe let's just try like a little bit of an epsilon before we go down the rabbit hole. You know, let's just try a little bit of an epsilon. Yeah, basically. Basically, that's what it is. Yeah, it is bouncing up and down. You might not be able to tell. It is bouncing up and down, just ever so slightly. We don't actually have the ability to push it around. We will, though. That's actually much easier than doing this. What we did here was cursed. this shit is like the worst thing ever. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard because you kind of want to. So limit the physics to tick rate. No, not yet. I'm just doing it per frame. I mean, eventually, yeah, you want to, right? You want to be doing it independent of frame rate, but like for just figuring out if it works, right? The hard thing is, right? The hard thing is that I think we need to define when an object is at rest. Because then we can just stop moving it and then it won't have gravity. I think you're always going to need an epsilon here. Without it, it's just going to fall through the floor eventually because P dot D is so exact. So I think what it really needs is something that like says if it's on the ground. But for a moving object, it's more like if it's at rest. If it's at rest. And so what I'll do is I'll just put the thing is gravity is always applying. But you want it to like bounce off of surfaces too. So it has to be when the velocity itself has reached some equilibrium. But we don't really know that until we could try projecting it onto the surface. Like this is this sort of logic, right? This is this sort of logic, and then you do something like this, or you change the vel at the end. So we could try something like this, and then this will cause it to slide around the surface. But this has to be PC vel. There's this engine that stops simulating them as the second they turn off screen or in place. Yeah, I mean I think that's usually how it's done actually. I think that's usually how it's done. Like the culling. You know, that's the whole thing with I think components in general is that you can cull them pretty easily. And then if we project this, then we should know at the end if it's at rest. And so let's go into physics component and then put a bool at rest that will just trip. Basically, so what it says in this book, right, is, I forget where it is, but it basically said that I can't find the exact photo, but it basically had like this domino effect of when one object hits another, then they turn on, and then that object hits another, then it turns on. So basically you want kind of states for these things so that they aren't being updated every frame, right? Which makes its ragdoll sleep and clumps them together. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's when something wakes another object up, then you start updating its stuff. But I don't know how to determine when it gets to rest, you know? It might just be one of these things where we just have to see the velocity. Like, if the length of the PC vel We can also check if it's on the ground by doing if the p normal is greater than, let's do some large value, and then we'll just have this on ground flag. If it's less than 001f and on ground, then PC at rest equals true. And then we'll just skip if and we have to initialize them to not at rest. In TA at average, yeah. Could you have some sort of factor that's based off velocity over frames? Yeah, I think that's basically just friction, though. Oh, but you mean? Oh, I see what you mean. Like from the last hit. Yeah. Let's see if this does anything. Let's try to make it super bumpy so that we can tell. I think, so we want it to sleep though, even if it is on screen. It just needs to hit the ground and then stop once it's at rest. That's the whole deal. There we go. It's at rest. There we go. It's at rest. Where's this checking printing out? Oh wait, no, it isn't at rest. It seemed to not be bumping. At rest. At rest. Yeah. It's weird that it said that it was checking still. Because this shouldn't be... This should be skipping. I'm gonna make this thing faster so that it falls faster. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's exactly the behavior I want to have. Now, if something hits that object, then it'll wake up. But yeah, so that's exactly what I wanted to see. And now we can move this to a lower epsilon just to be safe. So basically, we should set the velocity to 0 before we set it at rest. PCvel.x equals 0. This is at least in the book. What he recommended was basically once objects stop updating them until they're hit by something again, right? Because it helps a lot. It also helps with what we were seeing before was every frame we kept on going back and back into the ground. For player controllers, you have something that just checks, hey, am I on the ground? And if I'm on the ground, then stop applying gravity. For a physics object, you don't really want that, right? So yeah, we have this thing now. I think... So I did write earlier, I wrote in here, I wrote a couple of formulas down that I wanted to try out once I got this working, which is straight from the Millington book. And this is going to be when we're resolving collisions and bouncing around. They turn into a collision listener. Yeah. So basically, the pipeline is, we have an object that's a dynamic object, right? And then it tests against other dynamic and static objects. When it hits an object that is another dynamic object, then it just wakes it up, right? That are all touching and resting together on the groups. Yeah. It also talks about that in the book, which is, how it's not only like a direct thing, but I think that there's probably some maybe acceleration structure that happens above it or something like that helps that happen. But for now, I'm just going to keep it super simple. So this is what it said in the book with restitution. So we have the vel and the normal, which we already did this here, but so this is the vel and the normal. Let's actually just so that's the vel and the normal, the Vn. If Vn is less than 0, vel.n, let's just call this Vn. This is like really old code. If Vn is less than 0, then what we can do is n minus equals Is this V? I might have to look it up in the book. But I think that there are some like constants here. I think that this is a constant. I don't remember if this is the position or what. But we might try it. Let's try just doing it on proposed. Of course, we don't want to be going through the surface, so that's also something that we have to watch out for, but 1 plus, we'll do, I think I saw 0.5 or something. Oh my fucking god. All right, so let's try that. And let's get rid of the at rest for now, since we want to be bumping around, and then later we can try and tweak it. Okay, so let's see. It's sliding. Ever so slightly. I think we have to bump up the gravity, to be honest, because it's just going so slow that it's not gonna make an impact. If I bump this up, let's see. Okay. Okay. I just want to see one big. Just let it in it on a because that's not in like engine units. It's not on engine units. My gravity units are really small in terms of world units. I just want to see a single bump. Single little. Yeah, I mean, we're not really seeing a single bump, are we? I mean, like, how large do you have to make this to be a thing? Like, it's just bumpy. I mean, I thought that it would be one single bump when it first hit the surface, but let's try something. Let's try actually hitting the velocity rather than the let's try hitting the velocity rather than the Okay, well that was fucking stupid. Huh. It's obviously pushing it away from the surface, but it... Or maybe it's not. Let's try plus. What do you know how to translate things between, such as world space to ray space? What do you mean? In terms of the physics logic or what? Yeah, I have no clue. If I set it to something stupid, I just want to see, like... Oh, because we have max speed here. We max speed is the thing. We've max speed because of the gravity thing. Oh, well that's why. That's why. That's why this... now it's gonna fucking fly around. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I had max speed as a thing. I'm trying to turn my world space position into ray pause. It's sliding. You know how to translate things between different spaces. World space positions into ray pause. Huh. I would think that it would be the other way around, no? Are you transforming by some matrix or what? Oh, that's sweet. That is sweet. That is so fucking cool. That is so fucking cool. That is so fucking cool. Holy shit. That is so sick. I'm gonna watch it again. Now we have to do rotation. Oh, dude. That's so fucking sick. That is so fucking sick. That's like the coolest thing ever. Okay, so that was the first thing. I don't know how to do rotations. Which is like when you hit it, then you also rotate into that direction. No clue. I have no clue on. I want to do that though. That sounds fun. Don't know how to do that either. Yeah. It's probably not hard because you have the direction vector. You hit it and then you go off in that direction. You probably just have to find, because I have quaternions, which is the problem. If it wasn't quaternions, then we could easily, but quaternions is hard. Yeah, I have no clue. Quaternions is fucking hard. B2 equals V minus the normal times Vn. Is it that? Yeah. And then V minus the tangent times mu times impulse. That's what I wrote down. I'm just going to do this. And let's see what we get. And radians or degrees? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, but like how the fuck are you supposed to get in, because to do the degrees, to get the degrees, you have to have an axis angle, right? You have to have which axis it's going on. So how do you do something that doesn't really have an axis? And convert that into a ray position that works within ray space that I can fire along the normal. Huh. Maybe it's like one of those distance segment things. Holy fuck, that looks awful. What the fuck? Oh my gosh, that was terrible. What the hell? Maybe it's supposed to be a really small amount. Doesn't really seem to be doing anything, no. I think that that's what this is supposed to do, is it's supposed to be like friction. I did the formula right? Yeah, I mean... Maybe it's just supposed to be a really small amount, I think. Yeah, so that it stays at rest. Instead of bouncing and sliding all over the place. With the SDF, rotating them is funny because you need to cancel out an axis to rotate it along. Using mat 4 instead. Because I don't, but that's expensive. I see. There has to be some way I can rotate by a Vec 3 without canceling out an axis. Maybe that's not possible. It's not possible. It's necessary. Alright, so we have some collision resolution going on. It's not real physics, but like, you know. Yeah, I mean, I might just look this up. How to affect rotation with velocity. Quaternion Euler velocity rotates the object at 50 degrees per second on the y-axis. No, but I okay, here we go. Okay. So you normalize the velocity, define your model's default forward direction. Okay, so default forward direction. You cross the forward with the dir to get the rotation axis. And you get the cosine of the a cosine of the dot with the forward and the dir. And then you construct the quaternion using that rotation angle and that rotation axis. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. We're just gonna do that exactly. We're just gonna do it here. We'll just do it here, and then we'll make it a different function later. So the normalize of the velocity. I rotate them on the CPU and build a root node to go around the rotated SDF, and then I ray trace against that, and if I hit, then I do transforms for everything. I am not doing it for every SDF for every pixel. Won't work, but oh well, I don't need that. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like a like a like an acceleration structure, yeah. So that, I mean, that makes sense. We are X forward, I believe. I don't really remember, to be honest, but that's what we will be for now. So we need a cross with the forward and the dir, and then the quad from axis angle, axis, and the rotation angle. Thank God I have this function already and I don't have to do it again. And now we set the MN rotation equals that quad. And let's see if we did it correctly. It's because it keeps on going up and then down. That's fucking hilarious. Holy shit. I want to see it with 2 so that it bounces around properly, but that's fucking hilarious. It's funny. It's fucking funny. I don't know why it's funny. It's funny to me. It's so funny to me. It's just fucking hilarious to me. Oh man. I don't know why it's funny. It's just what is it doing? What is it doing? It just looks wrong. It looks wrong. What? The flips are the problem. The flips, I mean, so if we think about it, it's just going downward. Like, it makes sense, right? But it's just it's not, that's not really what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, I don't really know what the formula is, but it's not that. It's not that. Imposter ball. Yeah. Yeah, this shit is the imposter, bro. That's so funny. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get a water to drink. shit, it is fucking hot in this room. I walked out there and it's like at least like a 40-degree difference, bro. Maybe not 40, maybe like a 30-degree difference. Bro, it's like actually like 100 degrees in this room. Oh, dude. All right, we need to do a Google search. How do I find the angular velocity to rotate a bouncing object? Angular velocity to rotate a bouncing object. Determined by the conservation of angular momentum and the friction at the point of impact. Initial angular velocity. R is the radius. R is the vector from the center of mass to the impact point. Alright. This is the part where I just like write in C so that we can get some pseudocode for this, bro. Okay. We've got an elasticity. Okay. So we have mass. Holy shit, this is fucking crazy. We have mass, radius, and friction. Holy shit. Does this give us... What is object W? What is a W? I'm so confused. Holy shit, this is fucking crazy. W is the angular velocity. Okay, but where is it updating the W? Oh, there it does. Okay. Okay. So, when it hits the ground... Vy is the linear velocity. Okay, so we already have the linear velocity. The friction coefficient versus the normal force gives you F friction. Okay. So here's the part that's going to get freaky. We need on here, we need a angle, wait, hold on a second. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, this might be a whole project. You miss your girlfriend? Yeah. Sorry about that. No, yeah, this is in 2D, so it doesn't work. This is in 2D, so it doesn't work. I have the whole formula already. I just need to figure out... Right, yeah. Determine angular speed. You want to achieve usually based on the object's... Alright, yeah, this might be something that I need a Jarvis later. I think that this is a Jarvis thing. I can't figure this out right now. It's not possible to figure it out right now. We're just gonna... Yeah, so it needs angular velocity. It needs angular velocity because... You know, it needs to be going, you know, but trying to replace G position variable with root position, I accidentally did G root position. Yeah, you're suffering from success with your with your uh with your good naming conventions. My naming conventions would have just been root or something else. So is this gonna just like is it just gonna hit the ground and then stick if it's at rest? If I set it to at rest. Why are we recompiling the whole project? Hello? That's funny. Okay, so that's fine. I kind of wanted to make it so that you could push the ball around, but I don't know how to do that really. So let's say we collide against. So let's say we collide against that mesh, right? Like we can do that, right? So if we collide against this mesh during GJK, right? We need to find the physics component that references that mesh. Right. So for here, we could just find the physics component. That references this mesh. Or actually, hold on. This M. Oh, we do have mesh node. Okay. So let's just find the physics component that references. So K equals 0. K less than max physics components. K plus plus. If PC free or continue. Yeah, I don't know what velocity it would have though. Like when you hit an object, what velocity gets put in the object, huh? 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 What object gets put? We can just cheat it, right? We can just set PC at rest equals false, and then PC vel equals cam dot vel dot. Oh my gosh, are you shitting me? Oh, you have to do the thing. You have to do the thing. Because I have it as vec4s because of UBOs. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Close your eyes. You don't want to see this. Okay. Let's see if this works. So the object will inherit our velocity now. And we'll push it around. The rotation is funny, bro. Alright, that's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. The rotation is god awful though. I have coffee on my screen. The coffee thing. Ray trace against it and then just apply force in the way away from the way. I think it's more like There has to be some sort of... It has to be based on the mass of the object. How much force gets applied. The rotation is fucking hilarious, though. Bye-bye. There's probably, like, you probably just literally multiply this velocity times, like, 1 over the mass or some shit like that. For whatever. The resolution on GJK meshes also for the player is kind of weird, like how we like back up all the way. It's kind of weird. It is kind of weird, not gonna lie. I don't know why that is. I wonder if that's because I did this minus p.d and it's supposed to be this for GJK meshes. Also, I'm just gonna remove the funny little rotation thing that we have going on because it's kind of distracting. I didn't remove it because I wasn't fast enough. Yeah, it seems without a radius, it's perfect. What I could do if it's a GJK thing, then, is I could literally just go PD plus equals 0.4f, which is kind of jank, but okay, now that just doesn't work at all. Is it minus 0.4f? Oh, because I have this, so it never detects. If I have this, then it should be fine. Holy shit. What the fuck? Okay. Whatever I just touched, don't fucking touch it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe because I should do, oh no, I used the player hole here. I used the player hole. Oh, how much is the player hole, by the way? I don't actually even... Oh, that might be it. I don't think that the player hole is the same radius that I've been using. Yeah, the player hole radius should be 0.4f. Yeah, there we go. Now it's pretty smooth. What it needs is momentum, and so what it should be is probably plus equals. But that's just gonna make it really fast. Like this is, yeah. Like now we push it like very fast. Yeah. For now, let's just keep it like that. Can I bake a light map now? No. What was the bug with this again? Right. Yeah, because our yeah. Yeah, we either need a not light map dynamic objects or something. I think don't light map dynamic objects is the thing. So what that means for us is in bake light map, if mn's I dot, yeah, you have to get the mesh, and if the mesh is a dynamic mesh, then don't. Technically, the mesh node should be dynamic or not dynamic. Technically, you should have the ability to have dynamic and not dynamic. But for our purposes, a mesh is either handled either as dynamic or static right now. So, at least for right now, let's just have this. So if m dot bvh prim, if it's not bvh prim, then continue. Oh fuck you. Sorry, it's the heat in this room. Okay, what is it now? Who can it be now? Dude, like, I told you to not build UV islands if it's not BVH prim. Unless it's supposed to be that. Oh, because it's during the traversal. It's during the traversal. Oh, yeah. During the traversal is in acceleration.c when we traverse the BVH. Seen BVH. If m if not BVH prim, then it doesn't have a BVH, so you can't traverse it, obviously. Who can it be now? Alright, fantastic. I don't know why I'm singing that song. I hate that fucking song. It's like one of my least favorite songs ever. Like, top 10, at least. I kind of thought that I would set up probes today. But maybe that's a thing for another day. What the hell are we talking about, bro? Why do we have no light map, bro? I'm gonna guess is that it's just not a light map. No light map. Did I get rid of something when I was doing this shit earlier? Or does my traversal just not work anymore? You fix one thing and then something breaks. Then you fix that thing and another thing breaks. Let's just try this. Let's just try. See, this isn't working either. I probably turned something off when I was doing this earlier. Turn it on light map instanced. And it works when light map instanced. Okay. Yeah, why does it only work with light map instanced? Oh, because I put it here, if not. Oh. Oh, well, that makes sense. Okay, so it has to be light map instance then to... Whatever, that can be that way for now. That's fine. I'm actually glad that I got some stuff done today because I honestly thought that I was gonna get nothing done today. Like, I was like kind of sitting here and then I was like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do today. I feel like nothing I do is gonna excite me. I was like kind of bored with it, and then, you know, I came here and, you know, now I gotta figure out how to do lighting probes for this thing. So that you can actually see the cube that we're pushing around. But the physics is cool. I gotta fix the jump. Oh, yeah, if you fall on it, it doesn't really seem to work when you fall on it. It doesn't seem to really work when you fall on the object. I don't know how to do probes, to be honest. I think from what I can gather, you can bake them kind of like the light map. You just place them around and then pack them into an SSBO and then do that. But yeah, I think that's how you do it. I just want to get the flashbang. Sorry, people. I just want to get the boilerplate for doing SSBOs because we're gonna do that. You just do that, yeah. You just do this. And then you just bind it once and then upload it once. You move your lights to an SSBO? I see. Yeah. SSBOs are the shit. Probe SSBO? Alright. Probe SSBO is the thing. And now we need a new type that is going to be the data that we're going to store in the thing. The data that we're going to store in the thing, you know. Alright, I think that's pretty much the structure. And then that is what goes in here. And then you probably want to have I don't know what else you put in your probes other than RGB. I think that you like bake spherical harmonics or whatever, like I read that. But I don't think that we're gonna do any of that right now. So we're just gonna have this as a global, the probe data. Because we want it to be uppity bounded, so that we can. We want it upward bounded, so that upward bounded, so that we can pass it to the GPU, because the GPU likes upward bounded things. You know what I mean? I mean, not really. You could just like pass it without a bound, and then it'll figure it out if it's at the end of a thing. But for right now, I don't really care. So that's all I have to say about it. I'll just have to remember this. Exactly all of this is what we want. We don't care about the rest since it's not a compute shader. But yeah. And I didn't space Y. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. Oh yeah, so this should be a Vec 4. Before we do a mistake here. That should be a Vec 4. We're not gonna have any of that spherical harmonic stuff to go with, you know, in the first place, because that sounds very scary to be like, to be honest with you. That seems horrifying. That seems absolutely horrifying. Okay. Okay, so we're passing it probe data. We init it to nothing. And then when we bake, we'll upload it. From what I understand, very similarly to when we have texels, that's just what we're going to do with our probes. And so when we bake, we're just going to, you know, make a bunch of probes, place them out in a grid, and then, you know, oh, also, they need position. They need pause. So yeah. How do I place them, though, is the question. How do I place them? We could place them within the bounding box of the scene. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I want to have within them a uint active. In fact, I think I do want that. Just so that we know which ones are active and which ones aren't. And then init globals, we will init them as all inactive, so that we never dereference or reference bad data. Okay. What is this called? Probe data. Okay. So we're gonna bake them at the same time as the lighting. So let's figure this out. So we have an ABB scene ABB. We have this ABB. And we want to, let's just have a spacing value of 2.0f. Every 2 we will have a probe. So the amount of iteration that we will do is we're going to do it for each dimension. And then we'll just iterate over that amount. This is the same way I used to feel when I was streaming outside all that time ago. What a time to be alive. It was like fucking 100 degrees all the time. Good times, good times, good times. Okay. So we're gonna start at min x at the min. Okay. And then every time we iterate, we just want to add on. So probe pos.x plus equal spacing. Do it for the y, and then do it for the z. Okay. We also have to have an int probe count. And so the probe equals probe data dot probes probe count. Use of undeclared identifier probe data. Does this not include init? Okay. We've already gotten further than I thought that I would get on this. Okay. So from each probe, we need to... You know what I'm realizing? What if you get probes that are stuck within a surface, huh? Huh? Or do you just not care about occlusion? Maybe you just don't care about occlusion. Maybe you just do it like you do the indirect lighting. I think that's probably what you do. Now that I'm looking at the indirect lighting code, I just kind of like don't want to do it anymore. It's actually not as bad as it looks because we don't actually have to do any of the texel math. But we do have to do... Actually, no. We don't have to do any of the matrix transforms since we already know the probe position. So it's not bad. We do have to do the ray logic, though. The ray logic. Wait, hold on a second. Cast rays outward into your static scene. Accumulate the color and direction of hitting geometry and skyboxes. Okay. So I need to do this after the light map, and it's going to sample the light map. It's going to sample the light that's on the texels. Okay, that makes this really fucking annoying actually, because now we have to actually do texel stuff. Which really you don't want to do. You do not want to do the texel stuff. You hate to do the texel stuff. I despise doing the texel stuff. Oh my gosh, why is it so much code? Why is there so much code? Why is there so much code, bro? Okay, we gotta lock in here. Okay, so we do want to go for the amount of rays. We actually, our dir, we want it to be stupid dir. So we don't have to generate bounce. We just do rand. Just do rand, bro. Just do rand. A little bit some lighting probes. You know what it's like. You know what it's like. Just some lighting probes. Never had a doubt with the lighting probes. Okay. So we don't have to worry about any of the tangent math. We don't have to worry about doing the modification for the dir at all, since it's literally just from yeah, the dir is coming from a position, so it's fine. Hit declared here. Okay, let's calm down first. Let's just calm down. We don't have to yell at me. So the pause is going to be the probe pause, and the inverse pause is actually just still going to be the probe pause because it doesn't have a monomatrix. The mod dir is just going to be dir, and we're really happy about it. And the text mesh node, we're not going to worry about this stuff. We're not going to worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're worrying about it. Okay, so we don't have self-occlusion. Okay. We move the points by the local matrix. We use the barycentrics that we got to interpolate. All of this is absolutely normal. And then we have some bilinear bullshit going on, which we aren't even using. We aren't even using it, so why have it? Get fucking rid of it, okay? Don't get rid of it. Take this and then get rid of this. Get rid of this. That's what we're getting rid of. Getting rid of that. We're getting rid of that. We have our lighting. We don't even care about any of this. We just want to hit the UV buffer, and we're just going to accumulate into, we're going to go from 0, 0, 0, and we will just accumulate into it and then divide by the number of hits at the end. Hits equals 0, hits plus plus at the end. We don't care about this. We just want the lighting. Now we normalize it. And gosh darn it, I think we have probes. I think we're probing it up right now. Absolutely probed to the max. Okay. So we want to set probe RGB equals RGB. Vec4. Dude, you know what I should do? I should just have a function that turns a Vec3 into a Vec4. That's what I'm going to do right now with my time. I know it's like, it's stupid, but oh, I don't have a Vec3 to Vec4. That's what I wanted. Oh my gosh. Vec 5? Not the Vec 5. Okay. And now at the end we upload it by doing what? How do I upload again? I have it over here. You just bind it and then you sub buffer it over. You just sub buffer it over. Yeah. Okay, are you ready to have probes? Are you ready to have probes? I think I'm ready to have probes. I can't remember what I made the max probes. 128. You probably don't want to do this in the frag shader, actually. Okay, so we're gonna go through the probes. We need to. Are we just gonna check length against all of them? We don't really have a structure to accelerate them or anything. I don't want to take length to each one. That seems fucking slow. That seems fucking incredibly slow. Yeah, I don't know what the structure is. For now, if probes i.active continue Alright, let's try the probes. Whoa. Once again, I did just active reserved word. Active reserved word. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. Are you serious? Oh my god. That is so shit. Infinity undeclared identifier. Do they not have like float max? Oh, I meant to do... $46. Oh, you piece of shit. Okay. Well, that fucking sucked. Hold on, let's just try something. Let's just... Okay. So it's probably that we're not getting any of the lighting. Huh. I could try more rays. The fact that it's nothing is kind of insane to me. Okay, so we're not getting any hits. Well, at least that test goes through. But yeah, I'm guessing that... Oh wait, hold on a second. I never went probe count plus plus. Classic. Dustmite just iterating over the same one over and over again by accident. Classic. That's a classic. And we seg faulted. Oh, is it possible that we run out of probes? Ah, shit. Well, that's kind of cool, but obviously it's a clear bug. Oh, it's because I'm not normalizing it. That would be why. Okay. Oh, I didn't actually, yeah. This is why you should never let me do anything. Because I'll do it shitty. Okay, so why is there just a black void? It's because we run out of probes? Let's try a greater spacing of the probes. Huh. Let's just try to do the red again. Yeah, so that just gets no hits. How do we run out of probes? Huh. Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely the yeah, it's 100% the hits. I mean, we could do more rays. Do like 128 rays. I doubt that this is gonna help us though. Oh yeah. It's like it just doesn't. It's probably something that I'm not thinking about here. Ray traverse. Right, I'm checking everything. Try not dotting with the dir. No. Let's try introducing padding. It's always the padding. Can you fucking press the button? Okay. It's always the padding, man. It's always the padding that gets you. All right, I'm out of here soon. I need to take a break. Oh, that's what it was. It's always the fucking padding, bro. It's always the fucking padding. But the color still doesn't work. So I don't know why the color doesn't work. Like the color is just completely flat. I'm gonna find it so stupid once I finish this. I'm gonna find whatever it is really dumb when I figure it out. See, it just gets bright instead of actually having color. Did I set it so that they all are one? No. Oh, well, first of all, the position needs to be multiplied by the model matrix. In this case, doesn't matter. doesn't matter because our model is just at center. At the center. It's always the padding. Is it that I did this flat in thing, or does that not matter? I think that's what you're supposed to do, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like if I just sample like 1, does it change? I think that is different than when it's this. I think it is sampling different probes. Huh. UV buffer is what we upload. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't write that utility wrong when I was rushing, right? I don't think so. Before I go, I'm just going to try specifying this as that, and then see if that changes anything. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, you can definitely see, like, you know, so this one's this probe, this one's this probe, this one's this probe. I probably am not doing it correctly. So that sucks. It's probably something stupid that I'm gonna realize later, and then, yeah. Alright, peace out. That's it for me. Made a lot of progress, made the physics stuff, so. Alright.